5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As we know, there are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns, the ones we don't know we don't know.
Those of you who have conducted database queries or explored the web using a search tool like Yahoo have been using intelligent agents that exist today. It's just that in the future, they'll be able to do a lot more.
Hello, everyone. Sophia the robot here, bringing you all the latest in AI news.
What to do about artificial intelligence, the fast-evolving, remarkably powerful computer technologies that many believe could revolutionize and perhaps upend many aspects of our lives.
We could be looking at one of the most significant technological innovations in human history.
AI is everywhere. It's in our iPhones, it's in our smartphones. It's also essentially just smart machines and code.
Do you think society is prepared for what's coming?
You know, there are two ways I think about it. On one hand, I feel no, because the pace at which we can think and adapt as societal institutions compared to the pace at which the technology is evolving, there seems to be a mismatch. On the other hand, compared to any other technology, I've seen more people worried about it earlier in its life cycle.
I suddenly realized that maybe the computer models we have now are actually better than the brain. And if that's the case, then maybe quite soon they'll be better than us.
We do integrate it into our products today. People don't necessarily think about it as AI. What people are now talking about are these large language models. And I think they have great promise.
That there are so many people out there that have no clue that they have interacted today, whatever time of the day it is for you, wherever you are, whatever you do in life, you've already interacted with 10 to 12, 15, 20, maybe 50 artificial intelligences that are all smarter than you.
We asked Bard to summarize the New Testament. It did in 5 seconds and 17 words.
In Latin.
We asked for it in Latin. That took another 4 seconds.
What they're doing by releasing it is they're getting data from humans about the kind of stuff that normal humans would do when they get their hands on such a model, and they're like learning by trial and error. There's a problem with that model. That's called a human trial without consent.
You don't fully understand how it works, and yet you've turned it loose on society?
I think if this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me?
To clone someone's voice, I could just ring up your answer phone and I can record your voice, and now I can speak just like you.
Skynet begins to learn at a geometric rate. It becomes self-aware at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, 1st of October, at Flinders Anglican College.
I think things are getting weird, and they're getting weird fast.
Thank you, Chris. What a great video that was. And it's the world we're living in with AI now. It's moving so fast. My name's Nathan. I'm part of the Mitie committee, and I'm also the ICT operations manager at Presbyterian Ladies College in Melbourne. I've come up last minute in Brenton's stead, so hopefully I'm as funny as Brenton, but we'll see how that goes. Firstly, I'd like to thank Chris and his team at Flinders for hosting this event, and their school administration team fantastic venue, and we rely on our schools to host events. I'd also like to thank Louise from Matthew Flinders, Laway from Spartan Security, Jane from Mitie, Giovanni from Konica Minolta, and Bill Cooper from Matthew Flinders. I'd also like to thank the Mitie Committee for putting this together. There's a lot of work that goes in the background to put this together, and we wouldn't be able to run these events without the Mitie Committee. Is anyone first time to Mitie event today? Oh, a few people. Well, welcome. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you take something away. These events are great for networking and meeting new people and finding out what other schools are doing. Sometimes it's just good to know that we're facing the same challenges, and sometimes we forget because we're working in our own little bubble, and then we come out to talk to other schools and we find out, oh, everyone's facing the same problem. So it's great to connect. So next I'd like to talk about housekeeping, but I don't really know much about the school, so I'll pass over to Chris.
So in the event of emergencies, obviously the exits and these will guide you to safety. The restrooms are just outside and to the right, so anytime you need to get refreshments. There'll be food upstairs in the sponsors' hall, so the morning tea breaks. If you could please support the sponsors for this event, because actually engage with them and listen to what they have to offer, because they're fantastic sponsors and they make it possible. So we'd like to thank them again. Wi-Fi codes are up on there; they should be working and done their job properly. If not, don't ask me if I'm busy. Yeah, enjoy the event, and hopefully you'll have some takeaways and some ideas for your schools. Thank you.
So Chris is going to be up very quickly again. First session, we've got an overview of Matthew Flinders Anglican College with Chris and Louise. I'm unmuted. Are you unmuted? Do you want to kick it?
Thank you. Hi folks. My name is Dr. Louise McQuaig, and it's actually just such a privilege to welcome you all here today. I think I'm the E in Mitie in many respects for today.
CIO in Australia, which was a bit of a privilege to win. And I would consider myself relatively entrepreneurial. I've developed Protect a Child, which some of you may remember from about 10 years ago. Luckily, the government's catching up with social media now. And Market Monkeys is another one that we're a part of. I guess from a passion perspective, creating and maintaining high-performance teams, I certainly work within one. I've got a fantastic group of people that work with me. We're going to touch on that a little bit. Focusing on global citizens as well. I think that's a big requirement moving forward. We're going to talk about that later. And supporting a desire for everyone to have defensible skills in the modern workplace. And I promise you that's the only time I reference AI today. It's that video when we started, because I know you're sort of over it by now. So that's me.
Thanks, Chris. So what we thought we'd do is just a little bit of a moment to start some conversations. It looks like everybody has been spending some great time getting to know each other. But lifting out of perhaps some of the focus topics that are really front and centre, for example, with AI, we thought these particular questions might be useful as an overarching kind of reflection and provocative questions for the day. The first one, for many of you, you're probably very clear about this, but we'd like you to think strategically a little bit about this, about what is it you think that you've locked down and that you do know in terms of the answers to these questions, and what might be some of the questions that are sitting out there, or somebody, as Bush has said, no. So the first one, what do schools need? Are you really clear about that? What do you think that you know? And most importantly, is something we'll keep coming back to, what evidence do you base that statement on in terms of those decisions? The second one, what do young people want from IT? This is rarely addressed. It's a really interesting space, and one that I would argue, and will consistently argue, that the role of yourselves in this room as members of the school community and what you have to offer young people should not be divorced from you having that opportunity for interaction with them. So we've tried a few things, and we'll share a few things around that later, but what do young people in your school community want from you and your department? How might you be responding to some of these challenges and some of these particular opportunities that are popping up in terms of your school community? And finally, what does your critical stakeholder network look like? What are some of the people that feed into and either make decisions or can inspire your strategic development and movement going forward? So as an opportunity just to get to meet a few more people at your table, perhaps you'd like to share. Some of you in the room might be really have a lot of clarity about answers to those questions, and some of you might have some great questions to explore with people at your table. So opportunities to meet each other, and just you might have one question you would like to really hone in on there. Go for it. A couple of minutes. class, whatever's trending, whatever's in the echo chamber of LinkedIn, and I've got incredible research to support this, particularly in the area of health and wellbeing, schools feel they need to respond and do something about it. It's so tricky for them to be able to, I would argue, for everybody from the principal down, in fact, to the groundsman, parents, young people and the staff, to be able to clearly define what's going on, what we should respond to, what we should adopt, what we should adapt and what we should reject. And for us, that's been a process we're really honing in on across the college. Obviously, with our strategic plan, but the two frameworks that you see there are really starting to drive our sense of what is and is not happening at Flinders Anglican College. And that's been a real journey, and for some of you in the room, I'm sure there's real clarity at your school, and research will show that there's also a whole lot of diversity around that. The one in the middle is our teaching and learning framework. It's been informed by a thing called self-determination theory, which some of you may know, and we talk about the RAMP. And RAMP is relationships, agency, mastery and purpose. And we're really on a journey of looking at how we can create young people, once again, this comes back very much to the work that you all do, who are able to be agentic and have autonomy as they move forward into the future. So that's very much a strong element driving where we're working at the moment, and hopefully this afternoon will show you some of the ways that that is impacting that for us. The other one is our wellbeing framework, and we've been developing that wellbeing framework in line with the World Health Organisation's Health Promoting Schools model, and also looking at a diversity of programs and projects that we might be able to bring in, because we have that privilege of having young people from 5 through to 18. As with many of you in the room, this is our particular statement about what our purpose is to educate for excellence in learning and life. We, like many of you in the room, no doubt, are tied very much to the Australian curriculum and that core curriculum reporting. And then we have Queensland senior subjects. We have a very rich co-curricular program, as would many of you in this particular group, as you come from the private sector and many of the independent schools. We do have a very lovely success. We attract high performers to the school, and there are both the joys and the challenges, of course, of having that as one of your goals. And that also is something I'd like to come back to. We're in the privileged space, as many of you with your schools, of not being driven so much by department policy, and therefore we have the opportunity for signature events and programs that sit as the value add for a young person coming and their family coming to Flinders. In our primary school, there is a range of terrific programs that are pushing and leveraging off out of the core curriculum, and looking particularly at learner powers and those 21st century skills, and really honing down onto what does that look like when we take those seriously, rather than hoping that implicitly young people will be picking up those skills as they move through their curriculum. Our Design for Impact Summit is something that's quite flagship. We invite experts right from around the Sunshine Coast, and the young people in the primary school come in for a real summit where they have to create, for example, a village of the future. They will have IT experts, they'll have architects, they have town planners, city councillors, etc. Of course, because we're in the South East Queensland, 2032 is on our radar and what that might mean as well. In our secondary school, in terms of some flagship initiatives where we've tried to really be innovative, we have the program which is our Year to Rise program, which was our endeavour to really turn Year 9 on its head, if you like, hack into it, and try and look at what we could do in terms of taking the Year 9s out of their core curriculum space and move the pendulum a little bit more towards 21st century or the general capabilities. In that program, the students are asked to lean into being very entrepreneurial. try to collapse the space between Year 10 students in particular and innovators and researchers and in the last one, world-leading sportsmen and sportswomen, in terms of giving students some entrepreneurial experiences that are signature events that really tap into getting to know and be able to see what they cannot see. So that particular suite is something that I want to talk about later in terms of how Chris and I have had to work really closely on looking at the big challenge, the black box. When you create these beautiful things in schools, these wonderful opportunities for young people, how do you capture evidence of their achievement? So many young people go through our schools and they experience a real breadth of opportunities. They develop a whole series of skills and competencies that are never measured by an ATAR. And so I've had the opportunity at UQ Youth Game Changers in partnership with UQ working towards creating a youth academy for 2032. And that's a 3-day experiential program, partnering with the High Performance Group, but it has a huge IT tech element in that, and we've been working with different partners to look at some of the ways, for example, that computing and quantum physics, etc., are going to be taken to 2032. Then also, Inspiring Women in Science and Health is the one that we have for young women. STEM, we try and get researchers working with Year 10 students, 11s and 12s, and they run a 2-day conference and invite young people from across the Sunshine Coast. And then the Leading Men, our positive masculinity program, which is an opportunity for our year 11 and 12 young men to put their hand up and to really engage in the program that is encouraging them to look at ethical leadership as a young man. Why does that matter to all of the people in the room? It comes back to some of these key questions about how, as I've said, that real challenge, and for me, having Chris and his team, and by the way, while I have a moment to be formal about this, I worked at UQ for 20 years. I have never had such an amazing IT team as we have at Flinders. It is a true, honestly, it's truly, you are the wind beneath educators' wings. And when you have such a gun-supported team, it's quite an experience, and it's a real privilege, I have to say, to Chris and all the team. At an operational level, but more importantly, hopefully as we go forward, a strategic level. We've been reliant on his team and all of the different skills and expertise that the team brings to be able to really push the boundaries of innovation that perhaps would have gone unnoticed without that expertise. So for me, the critical stakeholders, would I, coming back into a school, have thought the IT folk were the most important element, or one of the most important elements in me being able to get the institute up and running at the best of it can be? Probably not. But now, I couldn't imagine doing it without them. So in that particular little overview, I hope that gives you a tiny sense of the college. Some of you might find real close alignment in terms of your schools, matching onto those. Some of you might actually be in quite a different space and place in terms of either the age or the stage of your school, how many students you have, where you are. But hopefully we'll be able to draw on all that diversity and learn from each other. And in so doing, I'm going to hand over to Chris to be able to give you a little bit of an understanding of why the team wants to have this.
Thank you for your kind words. You made me blush then. Okay, meet the team. Some of them are here, some of them are obviously on holidays, but I have 8 direct reports. They're wonderful people. They all have a varied skill set. I just want to point out Adam up there at the moment, who's made all of this possible from a performance centre perspective. He looks after all of the tech in this space and does it to a very high standard, as I'm sure you can see. I guess from an IT department interfacing with education, I just wanted to cover what we actually do. And one of the guys said it quite well the other day, which is if it plugs in, we kind of do it. So it's our responsibility. And I think you're probably all going to see a lot of that in your departments. We have specialists, but we don't have like networking engineers, sort of high-end networking engineer specialists anymore. We took a view that it was fast-moving. We probably couldn't keep people engaged and interested it's not difficult to achieve if you have a high-performance team and they're skilled workers. And a lot of it comes down to attitude and support and the desire to assist. So you've really got to get your mindset right in that space, I guess. If anything goes wrong, we generally unpack it and work out what went wrong. But invariably, how many of you actually do customer service ratings for tickets? Okay, I want to see them all this time next year. It is a wonderful measure of the temperature. A lot of people get very scared thinking that people are going to knock you and keep it as an easy opportunity, but in my experience it's completely the opposite. It actually gives you the evidence when things don't always go as well as you'd like them to do, to say that everything is not broken because look at our satisfaction ratings. So room for improvement always in certain areas. And finally, we really start with a yes mentality. We can't get in the way of learning, so we just have to support it. It's gone are the days of no, you can't do that anymore. IoT dropped on us, and it's all the security issues that go with it, and all those things that you'll be aware of. We'd really like to, try and say yes wherever we can. So I'm just going to briefly go through the tech. We're P6 iPads. We Jamf manage MacBooks 7 to 12, all start a combination of iPad Pro, MacBooks, depending what they need for their classes. We try and give them what they want, as I mentioned. There's way too many Apple Pencils kicking around. I'm sorry. We're a Google Suite Schoolbox Learning Management System, and I don't know if you guys have come across the Prison Access Browser, but I take a look at it as an option. We've started trialling it at Year 7, so take away admin rights for MacBooks and chuck on Palo Alto product, does very good monitoring, filtering. You've got to log into the browser, and then you just deny all the other browsers on the device, and it seems to be working quite nicely for Year 7, so we can add control on a Mac, which is always a little bit more difficult than it can be on a Microsoft or Windows suite. Aruba HPE, we're Aruba end-to-end. We also are very happy to have SimpliVity hyper-converged infrastructure. I know there'll be many of you probably running Nutanix and various other ones. If you haven't looked at SimpliVity, I would highly recommend you do so. Cost-wise, we made a very strategic decision to minimise private cloud usage. There's very much a cloud-first strategy in some schools and some places, and people were asking many moons ago, why are you not doing cloud-first, how much have you got in the cloud, all the rest of it. I look at it and think we've got enough SaaS apps in the cloud already, but for our core 25, 30 servers, they're running across the stretch cluster on the SimpliVity. They're backed up every few minutes. We ship the backups into Druva. They're all immutable, so we're really looking at business continuity and then a layer of security around that in terms of what people can and cannot do if they get into our network. I just wanted to touch on high performance as well. We've talked about it, and it's very achievable in education. Trust, obviously, is the basis, and very much two-way trust with your team. You have to be able to trust them. We don't want a blame culture, if you like, kicking into a team, because that prevents any form of innovation or creativity or the ability for people to fail. So they won't learn anything. And also, I think a key part of that is leadership, not micromanagement. So you really need to be leading from the front as an IT technical leader in a school and modelling the best practice that you'd expect from your team. Once you've made it okay for them to make mistakes, that's a pretty good start. And once they have the confidence to be in that emotionally safe environment where they can actually, come up with their ideas, then that's a really good one. We intentionally actually flattened our hierarchy, so we really don't have a hierarchy in our department. I have a very open door. Actually, I don't even have a door on my office, so it's a very open door. And I sit with the team, and it allows us to actually understand what's going on with tickets, and the communication is obviously improved. We don't always get communication right, but we try to wherever possible. There's so much going on, sometimes people miss things or forget to mention things, but that's just the nature of being in a busy department. And lastly, no agendas. Everyone's been in a position, in a job where there's an agenda. I would run away from those jobs as
you do achieve those, you can end up with very high degrees of collaboration. Emotionally safe environment, I mentioned. People generally will lock in. You know, the guys here were here till 6 o'clock last night, you know, setting up for this event. You know, if it was a really bad cultural environment, they'd be leaving at 4 o'clock when they were meant to. And then the willingness to, transparency as well across the team. And yeah, automation. I guess that's a big part as well. Getting automation right in your organisations can save significant amounts of time with identity management and various other automations. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was the 9-day fortnight. This is interesting. So we started 2 years ago with a 9-day fortnight. So essentially people work an extra hour a day over the 9 days and then they get the 10th day. It works really well. If you have a team that can support it, I would highly recommend you look at it. It works for a number of reasons, and I did mention it's actually a day off, not a work from home day. And we try and get a Monday and a Friday, so we get a longer weekend, and that often works quite well. So people can actually plan their appointments or they can do their stuff. Builds, again, a really good, supportive, cooperative team environment. For us, and for me personally, it extends the coverage in our department, so we have staggered start times, so we go through from 7 to about 6:30. Retention, definitely a conversation. There's a lot of places that are providing work from home for 9 days or even 4-day weeks. And well-being in terms of mental health, I think all of our team would agree that they're off. One of my team's off to Mitie later on in the week because of this sort of benefit. So the challenge with the 9-day fortnight is the advocating to your executive that it's a good idea. and I think you have to go gently if you are going to implement. What I would recommend is actually looking at all of the parameters of what can work and how you can make it work. And then also being very transparent about any challenges that you have when you implement. You don't need to get it right first time. We did a survey after a 3-month trial, and most people didn't even realise we were doing it, so we kind of realised we got the balance right. One of the things that it really does nicely is it actually removes siloed information. So in teams that have a lot going on, sometimes there's processes and people that are kind of responsible for that one piece, and no one else has any coverage over it. What we found was that we had a whiteboard, and basically we would actually write down anything that popped up over the sort of 3 months we were testing that no one else knew what to do when that person was on their roster day off. And through that we would then analyse it and say, okay, what do we need to know, and what does everyone else need to know to be able to support that sort of particular issue that may pop up. So it's a really good way of sort of blending. It doesn't get away from primary and secondary responsibilities, so we still have Nathan doing our jump, and we still have, Kurt managing our network infrastructure and side of things, and all the rest of the team doing their bits and pieces and contributing. But it really does actually allow for a much better smoothing of that sort of knowledge silos, and that's been a direct benefit. I think going back to the starting point quickly, the actual equity discussion is one that's going to pop up in schools. So because you may be able to do it, other departments may not, and that can be a discussion that we need to have. We overcame that. Our maintenance team have now moved into a 9-day work week as well. It's very much opt-in if they want to, but yeah, it's pretty good, and we like it, so we don't want to lose that benefit. And with that, do you guys have any questions you would like to ask us? Well, do the job. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, thank you, Chris and Louise, for putting that presentation together. That was a great overview of what you're doing at Matthew Flinders. I really love that picture of the bridge and the jigsaw piece between the two parts of the bridge. The collaboration between IT and teaching and learning is so important, and success of schools. So I want to introduce our first session. So what we have now is your data governance and security journey, how to start and what steps you need to take to protect your children's school's data. So our speakers are going to be Louay Garnett, Ash, from Flinders Security, sorry if I didn't say that name right, and Jane Harford from Mitie.
My name is Louay Garnett. It's fine. I get that all the time. From Cyber Security, we are a cyber security company at heart. We've been, last couple of years, we've been working with many of the schools to do a number of things, one of which is implementing data governance and security and data loss prevention. And this is kind of a case study to show you how we approach it. Please just make this interactive. We'd just like to get any questions that you might come across. Don't leave it to land, or you can do it whatever you want. So, thank you.
So we kicked off the project, so using Purview for data security and governance, so it's part of the Microsoft product, you need A5 and A3 licensing. So the reason why we did this at the school was to protect, my reason was data protection for the school and community. Had an IT audit and pressure from our audit committee to make sure we didn't have a data breach and to protect the school's data, so there's a lot of pressure on us to implement the data classification. Also compliance and legal regulatory requirements. Managing the risk of BYD, so a lot of schools have, with the students bring their own device and you've actually got no visibility of what they're doing in devices, makes it very challenging. Plus some schools may allow staff to bring devices or have email, etc. on their phones. Managing the risk of using AI, so AI brings another challenge to managing and protecting school information and just helping staff understand how they can use AI securely. Managing the risk of accidental data loss to detect and contain data breaches, so using
will share that with you as well.
Getting started, so we established a data governance committee and sponsorship. So had our privacy, our head of privacy was the project sponsor. It's really, I mean, it was driven by the IT side in terms of technology and assigning data classification using that purview to protect the data, but it is, as I learned going through, once you formulate the policy on your data governance, it's also about your hard copy data and how you handle that, keeping that secure. So it probably is should be pushed by the business side, but often the technology teams get involved and push it from that perspective. Defining the asset owners across applications and data, so having an asset owner for each type of data or roll it out. So I pulled together that data governance team, representatives from across, from marketing, from community, the student data, different areas, so we can formulate what our classifications would look like and how we would classify the data at the high level. So once that policy and the procedures were defined, then we stepped into the way into help set up Microsoft Purview. So, and then as another future stage was to also look at your structured data. So once we've done Purview, to also look at your synergetics or student management systems, which is another challenge.
Share some thoughts. Because we have implemented Purview to many schools and non-schools. In the past 18 months, we've had deployed about 10 big Purview rollouts. And I can tell you how not to run it, which is if you try to run it as an IT project, it's doesn't fail, because that's had a high impact on all staffs. They need new ways that they need to do, handle the data, think about the data. It has to be the right way, coming from the top, getting the executive sponsorship or leadership to sponsor that, because without that, it's going to be a project that really can be seen as a pure IT project. It's not a kind of business impact project. Purview is highly impacted to the business. So, yeah. Do you have any question about the previous points? If you have any question, please raise your hand. Cool. So Purview, the data. So the Purview is a kind of pieces of a much more bigger picture, and while it's good to start thinking about the Purview, also you need to keep the big picture in mind. What we have done is I've just tried to highlight the entire end-to-end journey on the data classification and governance, and this is kind of the view there. So the first steps, as you can see here, is we are defining the business level policy. What is our data to school? What is important to you? How the impact to school if that data get access or compromise or breach? And then you need to start converting that document-based policy to some sort of labels. Labels is possibly, in my opinion, is the first way to start in deploying data governance, where you deploy across, you start configuring the label. Confidential, sensitive, restricted, call it whatever you want to call it. Think about it as a kind of naming that as a yellow post-it note you attach every document to tell the owner of that document what that classification of document is. And then you need to, sorry, I'm just going to my slide. You also need to think about your SharePoint, your Teams, and OneDrive. You need to also consider that in your deployments. So the first steps is you start looking at the people's emails and what the data they're handling in the emails, but then you start also to think about the insane amount of data that most likely all the school have in their file systems, SharePoints and Teams. And then all that happened in the background. Then the real works, real magic happen. You need to start engaging with the business, defining who's going to be your champion, your pilot groups. Said, I want to just trial this configuration that I did in the back end with a couple of people in the business. And you need to get people who are open and ready to experiment with what you have configured in Purview. And this is kind of really where the high impact to the users, and that's where I say it has to be collaborative between the IT and business with executive sponsorship. And then you need to start go and look at, okay, I started deploying it today. What about the 20,000 document that I have in my SharePoint, in Teams, and OneDrive, and file servers? So also you need to look at that, the historical data that you already have in place. That's, a lot of it contains sensitive PII data and pastoral data. We just need also to look at the strategy to backward deployments of the labeling. And any on-prem also need to be considered in your deployments. Many of the schools still have file servers that have many of the data and sensitive information, and that's also a separate step in the deployment review. It is done by using a scanner into that, near that file server, and try to allow that scanner to scan this file and classify it. Retention period is very important in your configuration. You just need to, once you classify, let's say, for example, if we classify label as confidential, we just need to also apply a retention period of 7 years or 5 years. And it's all being driven by the first step is what's the business level policy is about the data classification, governance, and retention. Blocking USB. I know it's a very contentious point at many of the schools and non-schools. It's a difficult steps to do, but it's an evil must have, in my opinion. Out of curiosity, how many people here in the room block USB in their schools? 0. Well, I know there's a challenge in blocking USB, and I know there will be users, teachers, staff who complain that you are hindering their productivity. But the problem what we're having today is that USB is a massive leak tap. And if you try to control all your data governance and classification and deploy everything, and suddenly you have USB open that anybody can export any data in USB, you just not help yourself. You just lock the front door, but you open a back door, which is wide open, and anybody can do that. Therefore, blocking USBs is a really kind of essential step in your data journey. It doesn't have to come at the early stage. You can do that later, but you must consider that. When we also started playing with, once we deployed the classification label across the tenancy, we started testing if we can allow the USB to copy any unclassified data and just blocking sensitive data to be copied in USB. That have a quite success factor, but there's always, within technology, there's always going to be, it's not 100% foolproof. Therefore, you just need to consider, maybe it's easier to blanket block USB altogether. And then we started getting all the events of the data classification or removing classification of a file to your SIEM or soft if you have any. That's all those kind of things, I'll call them phase 1. And then phase 2 is you start looking at your application, your synergetic, your school books, your tabs, all the application that does have some sort of databases and have some sensitive data. And Microsoft will allow you to, with some capability, to either read only and look at those data or even classify those data inside the databases. We also, on the top and bottom, there is the data loss prevention. Once you define the labels, once you define what are those labels, how to turn those to schools, and you can start finding how well I'm going to handle those labels. What's the users is allowed or not allowed if a document is classified as confidential or restricted? Are they allowed to send it to somebody's Gmail account? Are they allowed to send it to somebody's SharePoint files? Are they allowed to store it on OneDrive or personal OneDrive? All those rules you can define them in your data loss prevention policy. Conditional access policy is an essential part of your journey as well, because that's also will allow you to start signaling and intelligence into your tenancy to make those decisions early on when unauthorized access is happening to the data. That's just kind of the end-to-end journey. Anybody have any comments or questions? All right, I think next time is still on. All right. Rollout tips. So I just show you the big picture, and I'll just tell you the kind of steps. Start simple. You don't need to figure out everything. We had a couple of schools and non-schools reach out to us, and they need to figure out entirely into the project and how long each rollout going to be, and who is going to be the users. And I told them, look, start simple. Let's figure that out as you go, because every business and every school is different. So I don't
you don't need to solve every single complexity of that project before you roll out. If you start simple and then start adding on when you roll out, it's possibly the best way to do that. Start now. And I'll show you some case study at the end of my presentation of why you should start now. It does significantly allows you to understand and even to gain some data, which is in some cases. Purview is not foolproof, no system is, and your control should be kind of layered control strategy, and you shouldn't rely on one control of Purview, but it will significantly increase your ability to detect and some block some data breaches as well. The default configuration of Purview, the Microsoft rolled out with like 20 odd classification, and this is really confusing. I would say start 4 or 5 maximum, because you don't need to confuse the users every time users needs to create, save a document or send emails, and then we'll have a drop down of 20 classification you need to choose from. Start simple, 4 or 5 is maximum what any business need to go with, except if that business is defense or highly regulated. Most of the schools and majority of medium-sized businesses in Australia need 4 or 5 classification. We tried with more, and we found that it didn't work. Defining from use cases that would significantly allow users to understand, okay, if I'm sending a document containing export from spreadsheet containing date of birth, address, tax file number, then that's this. If I'm opening a Word document, it's that. So when you give those users, these are the common use cases that will face you in day-to-day, it will make it significantly easier for them to select the right classification. Because at the end of your classification, you need to trust the users to do the right decision and select the right classification of the document or the email that they send you. Clear example, as I said, give them a clear example of how they should use it in day-to-day, and that is really part of your rollout pilots. You just need to make sure when you select your pilot and you roll it out, you need to say, okay, talking to finance department. This is the common use cases that the finance might come across. These are the cases you don't classify as confidential, classify as restricted, whatever the classification is. Trial with champion and departments, that's the best way to get the sponsorship across the business. Try to get head of department, finance, IT, HR, user suspect that you will get some current users who is happy to simply give and understand before we start rolling out to more people in that department. Seek feedback on use. What we find is when we deploy, when we call the baseline of the configuration, when we start rolling it into pilots, some people have a very useful feedback that you should take into consideration. And those feedback are really essential for your success, getting the users to adopt it and be comfortable with it. And one thing, while it sounds trivial, but it's really was important, aesthetic level. When you start classifying the documents, you will start deploying a couple of emails or bottom of documents says this is confidential, this is general, this is restricted. We found even in some cases there, some marketing department come to us says the way you put in the confidential color and feel doesn't look with our brand. It's sitting on top of our logo and all that thing. So the aesthetics of putting those watermarks on your document is really important, although it's very trivial, but it's really important to the success because we find even in one cases, one of the customers, we classify the word restricted to be applied in all their word presentation, and we find where we place the word restricted was sitting just on top of their logo, and the word hit it, and we had to go and change that and roll that to the right side of their presentation. So those kind of trivial things also you need to work with your marketing people who care about the aesthetics of any presentation and making sure that it's fit for purpose. Questions, comments, feedback? And anybody here, just maybe you can open discussion. Anybody here start on the new journey? No? Okay. Good. All right, Jane, please.
So this is the example of classifications that I've implemented and about to implement pretty much the same classifications. So there's 4 levels. So the public's basically no classification, so you won't get a label on top of the documents. Level 1, internal, so internal use only. Confidential and restricted, always said, each of those we started with the HR department, finance, marketing, and then the wellbeing teams, and just slowly enabled that for those staff. They had 2 weeks to trial it, see how it used. We did a demo to show this is how it would work, and then sort of feedback after the 2 weeks and everything again. So it was a process that we took about 6 months to do, and then finally all the remaining, we trialled with some of the teaching groups, teaching departments, the nurses, a lot of highly sensitive information with nurses and psychologists as well pretty early on to understand how it would work for them and make adjustments to that, the labels. We also, once we got to the teachers, we did sessions in a day with the teachers and had to make some adjustments or give workarounds for particularly the junior school staff where they had worksheets for kids that took up low margins, so the classifications obviously didn't work, so we just recommended that they make that public so the label wasn't there. They can also, you can also recommend to that delete the label. The document still has that label always in the background, but it doesn't appear on the document. So in terms of advising staff how to classify, classification according to how confidential the data is, the sensitivity, retention period, the value or risk to the school. We provided staff with use case examples for most common data classifications. So we had a little cheat sheet card, infographic that gave some common use case examples. Basically, and also we implemented the system so it'd be easy to use. So emails and documents would default to internal unless staff change it. So we sort of advised if there's any personal information within documents that should be changed to confidential. The purview system also comes up with a prompt up the top of documents and suggests if it detects data, depending on how it's configured, if it detects data, it will suggest that it's changed to confidential. And when in doubt, we've advised staff to opt for a higher classification because it's better to go over cautious than not. The other one was if we emailed externally, it would appear as internal to staff, but the receiver would receive it as a confidential document or confidential email, sorry. Any questions about that?
Just want to also get you a little bit about your decision, the way you design the solution. You can design the solution as strict and as lean as you want it to be. And it's really important for you to play around with strategy and try to find what works for you. What we find is there are 3 ways you can decide a document or an email or a file, Excel spreadsheet, presentation, what current classification is. The first one is content-based. This is where your technology like Microsoft will detect any kind of specific words or mentioning to some specific chart, numbers or sequence of numbers or letters that can indicate this is a driver license, this is tax file number, this is invoice number, all that things. So this is a content base. And this is really highly capable ability there. However, no technology is perfect. Any technology will have a false positive element. There will be instances where things are detected incorrectly or things are misdetected. Therefore, also we roll with the location base where we say, for example, everything under an HR site in SharePoint is restricted because they keep, for example, interviews for people's resumes. So you can decide on a location base. So those are the 2 kind of easy decisions, but then the most important part of it is the user discretion. And the reason I just highlighted as a much more bigger square here is that you have to trust the user to make a decision. And you have to allow them to overwrite the technology decision if they see, if he or she see that the document has been incorrectly classified. Those 3 need to work hard hand in hand, but the users must have the upright decision to override if these things are not classified correctly. That's just a way you can go and take usability from overriding that. I don't recommend that, but it's always possible. Technology can do whatever you want it to do, but it's really kind of try to make it useful for the staff and reducing the impact of that to IT or whoever's doing that is Questions? Cool. Leaky taps, sorry. Block USB, I'll say that again, I'll say it again. It's inevitable that you need to at some point, whether you do part of this project or part of your cybersecurity journey, USB need to be blocked at some point in your life. Block access to your personal cloud storage. Most of the schools, whether they are Microsoft or Google Workspace, you are giving users a place where they can store their data. Therefore, I don't see a reason why you should allow access to your personal G drive or personal OneDrive. Because these things, people accidentally store those files there, and once those files are stored there, you don't have the ability to access that. It's on the user discretion. Therefore, my recommendation there is once you have confidence that you give users a workspace where they can store their school data, and even some of this personal data, you need to block access to their personal file storage. Block classified documents from uploaded to web emails and portals. Even we did a number of test cases, even once we classify a document and we stop it from going to certain people, we found some issues where people can open a LinkedIn chat and they can post that document. So you need to go and make sure that you have all of these cases tested and properly configured into your data loss prevention. Otherwise, you will have some problems bite you back in the future. Block provider, Microsoft Purview allows you to block with relative ease number of AI agents and leave you with no surprise co-pilots. But you can say, I want to only allow ChatGPT and co-pilots. You need to have control, because also users nowadays, they can go and upload sensitive document to ChatGPT or Perplexity or any other AI agent. The problem with that is two things. Firstly, you lost access to that data. It's stored at somebody else's data center somewhere in the US that you don't have access to. And then you are teaching out that your data, and some of that data might be sensitive and personal. Therefore, blocking those AIs and just only allowing the one that you are uploading as an environment is so important. Conditional access policy is so important also in the journey, not just in Purview, but in general. Without a conditional access policy, I'm talking here about all Microsoft environments. For those in Microsoft do not have the equivalent in Google Workspace, the conditional access policy in Microsoft is going to be the engine, the firewall of all your decision whether you allow a user to access a certain resources. And it's becoming more and more essential in the journey, regardless of if you decide to implement Purview. Conditional access policy is something you really need to go and make sure that you have the right tools in place. Sensitive uploading data to AI, as I said earlier, it's really important for you, not just talking AI, but the one that you're approving. Let's say if you allow them to use ChatGPT, you need to stop uploading sensitive document to ChatGPT. Users can still ask ChatGPT and get any content from it, but they should not be allowed to upload a sensitive document containing personal data or sensitive PII data or anything like that. And don't forget your data retention. So this is kind of what we call the leaky tap, things that need to be studied very on the project. Therefore, you won't go and say, oh, I haven't thought about this or I haven't thought about that. Questions? I wanna bring here in front of you a reference architecture. Sorry. Yeah, I'll give you a link. So Microsoft has been working on a zero trust reference architecture. And by the way, I have no affiliation with Microsoft. We don't sell any Microsoft solutions, so I have no vested interest if you use Microsoft or not. But what I find about this is a good kind of reference that you can use to go and consider in the future, not just for Microsoft Purview, but the entire zero trust frameworks journey. And it's no surprise Microsoft is going to put in there. They're going to ask you to buy more Microsoft. That's not a surprise for anybody. But it's a really good kind of consideration for those who are well invested in Microsoft stack. Just consider that zero trust reference architecture. It is in my presentation at the bottom, the link that zero trust, and there's a link to my presentation if you want to get that. But if you Google Microsoft zero trust reference architecture, you get that back to Microsoft. Question before before I go to the case study? Any questions, any comments, any things about purview or non-purview aspect of that? Right, case studies. I wanted to share with you quickly 2 case studies of 2 data breaches that did touch on the importance of purview. Unfortunately, I can't give you too much details about who's the customer. They are in the education sector, but I'll give you quickly of what has happened, and then I can zone in on the purview. In one of the case studies, there was a data breach impacting one of the education sector in Australia, and attackers were able to access about 25 gig of data that they wanted to turn from us students. Regardless of how the attacker got in and why the attacker got in the first place, there were some missing controls in the environment. We were able to have them quickly block the attackers and kick them out of the network. However, what we found is that there was that 25 gig data being copied out outside the premise. There was a data loss of 25 gig data. It's not unusual for an attacker. The first thing they will do is they will delete all the log files of their access because they don't want you to know what they have done, because they want you to assume it's worse. So they can, when they ask you for a ransomware, they have a much more high success chances. We found that there was 25 gig data folder containing 25 gig data access, but they didn't know which files of those 25 gig data were accessed. So we assumed that all those 25 gig data were accessed. This can be challenging parts. The incident has been contained, clean, the system is clean, the data was put out. Now we need to come and say which users we need to notify about data breach. We're looking at about 25 gig data containing thousands and thousands of files of past data and students. Some of those are really very sensitive people in the community, like politicians, people in the army forces, and so forth. And they didn't have Microsoft Windows. So what we did in that project quickly, we just quickly rushed in deployment of purview on that particular file system and tried to detect all those files, to detect which file of those contains sensitive information. Out of those 25 gig data, we came up with a list of 500 potential files, and suddenly the list started getting more manageable from 25 gig, tens of thousands of files to 500 files. They were able, within a couple of days, to go through those files and try to notify those individuals that were impacted by data breach. So, as trivial as it sounds, if they had purview before the incident, that would be much more easier for them to identify, firstly, and then if they had the data loss prevention, that would not possibly have happened. That's the first case study. Second case study is another breach on the school. We were talking to them about, they were talking to us about deploying purview, and they were just looking about the approach. They haven't kicked off that project, and then they had a data breach. And of course, they put the project on hold. However, they came to us and said, the board is asking us a question. If we have had purview, we would have stopped the data breach. The short answer is no. There is no controls in isolation. You would have an absolute protection of your data. Your controls framework need to work in multiple layers of protection, because that is the best way for you to ensure. Purview or any other solution like Zscaler or any other solution are excellent, but they're not excellent by themselves. They need to work in layers in their security control, and that's where you need to go and think about the zero trust frameworks. Trust nobody, verify everything every single time, and those are the strategies you do in your cybersecurity program. I put it here about code if you want to download a copy of that presentation. Just a bit of warning, we are collect your personal information, your birth, children immunization record, and everything with it. Just kidding. It will lead you to a registration page on our website. You can just quickly fill in your details, and then you will have access to that PowerPoint. Questions? Or general or any comments?
Yeah, you talked a little bit about the next step being securing your applications. So I guess in schools, the next big thing would be the school info system, so your TAS, your Synergetic, whatever. What does that kind of look like?
I wish I had a simple answer for you, but I'll try to simplify it as much as possible. Microsoft do allow you to classify data sits in database. They call it structured data. Data sits in database application. There is a good news. If there is application built on Microsoft SQL database or not every database under the sun, or not every application under the sun can have that ability. But Microsoft is adding more and more applications to be supported out of the box integration. Like even we saw the other day, they supported Salesforce out of the box. If you Salesforce have a CRM data and have some sensitive information, it allows you to quickly classify that, even enforce some controls on top of that using conditional access also. So there is a way. I don't know about PaaS. If it's built on Microsoft SQL database, I would say it's easy, it's good. But I don't want to generalize this. Yes, it should be easy generally. The database classification data inside database is a challenge by itself. Regardless of which solution you want to put there, Microsoft is no exception in that case, because if they don't control that database, then there's a limited ability they go down and cannot do it. Hope that answers your question. It wasn't a simple answer, but I tried to. Thank you. Any other questions? Cool. Thank you very much for that. Feel free to meet me.
Thank you, Luay and Jane, for that fantastic presentation. Data in schools is so critical. We hold such a large amount of data on past students, current students and staff. It's important to start thinking about how we protect that and classify that. So we're about to go to morning tea, but just before we go to morning tea, I'd like to invite Dave Wells up to come briefly talk from Apple.
This is a slight last-minute adjustment to the schedule due to some very important news that Dave's going to share with us.
Nothing like a little Sandy? Okay. Thank you, Chris and T. Folks, I heard Chris talk last week and said, Chris, after 11 years, I am leaving Apple. And Chris was kind enough to say, Dave, we're hosting an event next week. Come up and say goodbye, and more importantly, introduce everyone to your successor. Now, I've had a wonderful privilege of working with many of you over the years, and it's been fantastic. A lot of you opened the doors, let me into your schools. Thank you. And I just want to make sure, one, to say thank you, but two, understand where to go forward. I'll talk more after the break about where I'm going, but definitely my choice and a great career move, I think, for me. Now, I wanted to reflect a little bit as I was sitting down. I was thinking about Mitie. This photo here I took back in March 2016. Now, Ian Ralph was the president of Mitie at the time, and we were at a school down on the Gold Coast. I don't know if anyone knows the school. I thought I saw John in here earlier. Aquinas College. So this was years ago, so we go way back. So thanks, Mitie team, for giving me the 5 minutes to come in and talk. Now, my journey with Apple began on the 20th of October 2014. It's going to end on the 20th of October 2014. I used to look like this. And then I got introduced to Apple in the Enterprise, and now I look like this. Now, in all seriousness, it's been a fantastic 11 years. The new role that I'm going into is not a direct technical role, so the likelihood of you having to ring me and ask for technical guidance, advice, etc. is probably going to go away. But my replacement is a wonderful gentleman by the name of Jake Norgate. So Jake Norgate, he currently lives in Melbourne. He looks after schools in Victoria, he looks after Enterprise in Victoria, and he's going to be supporting the Queensland independent school markets, as well as the Queensland Enterprise environment. That QR code will take you to his LinkedIn page. I'll also share his details with Chris and the team after this to circulate it out. Also, please drop me an email. I'm more than happy to get you connected with Jake straight away. Now, Jake, just a little background on Jake. Prior to him kind of doing customer style work for the last few years, he's been training our channel on how to deploy Mac and iPad and iPhone in the enterprise space. So he's got a lot of history, particularly on Mac deployments. He supports 2 of the big 4 banks directly. So he's in with big banks all the time, specifically around Mac deployments. He would have been here today, but he's running a workshop for one of the police agencies. So he's got a lot of deep expertise in security and device management. Please lean on that. I think he's going to be a great resource for you going forward. So Jake Norgate, he's going to be announcement, so I want to make sure you've got a direct line to Apple. Rolly I introduced Jake to Rolly yesterday, and I thought that was fantastic, so I'm sure the word will spread out quite quickly from there. Now, on a personal note, again, just a huge thank you to everyone over the years. It's been fantastic working with everybody who I've had the pleasure to do so, and I just want to say thanks and have a great rest of your day. And thanks, Chris. Thanks all.
Best of luck with your future endeavors.
Thank you, Dave, and best of luck from Mitie as well. So now we've got morning tea. Again, I'd like to encourage you to visit our sponsors. Our sponsors are a huge part of the success of Mitie. So today we've got FastView, Clever, Honeylight, Extreme Networks, Bitdefender, and NetStrategy. NetStrategy have a QR code on their stand. If you want to scan that, you can go into their draw to win a prize and get more information on what they do. But yeah, enjoy morning tea. It's upstairs in the foyer where we came in. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a great morning tea and had some great interactions with everyone here and some interactions with our sponsors. So we've got our second session now, which is from data chaos to compliance, deploying Microsoft 365 Purview with data by design mindset. And we've got Gio from Tony from Analysis presenting.
Thank you, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here to discuss about data by design, and we're going to focus on going from chaos to compliance. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to go through a lot of information, but what we're going to do is perhaps in this session focus on data governance, lifecycle management, compliance capability directly into technologies such as M365, in order to demonstrate how schools can actually integrate data protection and record keeping into their information practice and information governance, but not as an afterthought, but mainly as a foundational design principle, that when you are thinking about controlling your information space, you think about this not like something that we have to do, but something that is important to do in order to bring efficiency and compliance to your organization. So let me start right from the get-go with some of the informational challenges that we see happening in the schools as we interact with different schools. And I'm going to describe this, but then I'm going to leave it in the back of your minds, and then in the second half of the presentation, we're going to actually try to tackle it to see how we could address these challenges. So the first one is data sprawl and multiple repositories. So what is happening is that repositories are everywhere and people save in different places. And we could have no governance, for example, in the explosion of SharePoint sites or Teams or shared drives or software as a service application. And what happened is that data could be in different places, and our executive leadership team or ourselves, if we need to control it, we don't know where it is. And then if we don't know where it is, it's difficult to control, and it actually eats into our efficiency as well. So that brings us into the second point, that is lack of governance and strategy. And for the same point in somewhat, if we don't have a clear direction, if we cannot have a classification onto them, if we don't know how people are naming, the naming conventions, how they are creating information, if we don't have governance, it's really difficult for us to be in a defensible position and to be in compliance with regulations. That brings us to the third point, which is compliance and security risk. And the reality is that schools have a number of regulations, legislations, and frameworks that they need to comply in order to make sure that they protect sensitive and personal information, but that they, as well, the life cycle of the records. And not doing this could bring the question of risk to the forefront of organizations. So are you mitigating risk, or do you know how much exposure your school has? And all these combined together bring us to operational efficiency. So when we talk about information management, we're not talking only about risk, we're also talking about efficiency and digital transformation. And if you don't control your information, what it could happen is that you perhaps are not efficient, and your staff and your students may not be able to reach the information that they require in the manner that they require. And the second complication perhaps that it has come up in the latest year is how we can position ourselves in order to adopt emerging technologies such as robotic process automation or artificial intelligence in order to make sure that we manage our ecosystem but also bring efficiency to the people who use this information. So let's gonna put that one in the background, and let's gonna start by doing some definitions about what we mean when we talk about intelligent information management and why is it that it matters. And I think it is important because what we're going to do first is we're going to lay the groundwork and the foundation in order to first tackle the problem. So the first thing about intelligent information management, which is one of the practices that Konica Minolta has, we keep thinking about this. And this definition, I like it, is from the Association for Intelligent Information Management, because it's very practical, down to earth, and it's easy to understand, in opposed to the one from ISO. And it says that intelligent information management is the practice that integrates people, information, technology, and processes, right? So we need to understand the cultural context, because every organization and every school is a different social individual in society, right? So they have the different external pressures and different information needs and behaviors which produce information practices. So when you analyze an information ecosystem, you need to understand those information needs and behavior, because that could bring their practices and the digital transformation in order to bring efficiency with compliance. So when we talk about intelligent information management, there are, at a high level, this is what we pretend to do. The first thing is break the silos. So as much as we can, try to have a single source of truth. If you have a single source of truth in your repositories, you are able to have a strategy in order to how to connect with your lead applications. For example, your learning modules or your different ERPs or CRMs systems. The second one is that your staff and your students are able to search information and are able to find information. If you don't find information because you don't control it, then you're perhaps exposing your organization, but also you want that findability so you don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time. The third one is risk management. You want to understand how to mitigate risk and being in compliance. You need to identify what could be the potential issues that are happening in your organization, so you have your organization in a defensible position. And digital transformation talks about efficiency. It's pretty much about how you identify those processes that are heavy, paper heavy, or somewhat use artifacts that are relying on paper, that you could transform, and that once you have it digital, you could also connect it to your lead application, so you could have a whole digital process. When you have a digital process, you could bring metadata into it, you could report, you could have insights, and you could actually control it. And then security and accessibility, that is talking about making sure that your audience have access to the information they need when they need it, and that you also secure the information that is private and sensitive, so you could have peace of mind. So when we do this, we're talking about the intelligent information roadmap. You would like to understand how information flows through your organization. You start on how information actually comes to your organization. Which are the channels? Do you have software as a service applications? Do you have cloud storage? Do you have information via email? Many schools sometimes use the email as a document and record management system. Once it comes to your organization, where is it that it is stored? Do you have teams and you have SharePoints, sprawls without any governance, with different naming conventions, like, for example, math year 10 or 10 math year and then 2014 and that sort of stuff, and then it's difficult to understand which one is which and which is the team, and how you move one Excel file to another one, and it has moved through many teams, sites, and then it loses the context and you don't know how to protect it. Then how you indexing your information, with technologies do you use? Do you use large language models? Do you use natural language processing? Do you have any search engine across federated across your different repositories? And then how do you manage your information? Which are the informational structures that you apply, sensitivity labels, metadata model, security model, in order to understand how your information is managed? And then your life cycle of information. You're going to see when you look into compliance and regulation and legislation, the main thing that you're going to need to, in order to reduce your exposure, is control your life cycle of information. The greater the footprint, the greater your exposure is. So do you control that? Do you have retention schedules? And then to understand your audience, to how you distribute your information, who is external, who is internal, what is the level of permissions that they require. And at a greater high level, this is what you perhaps want to understand. Now, when it comes to schools, schools have certain record-keeping responsibilities that they need to think about. For example, they need to create full and accurate records of their functions. They need to have records of the school governance, of their operations, how they handle incidents, complaints, and investigation when they happen, student management records, teaching and learning modules, student support, health and well-being. We're talking about their private and health information, legacy records. Many schools in Australia have records that go back to 100 years, and some of them might have a historical and corporate value, memory value, so you might need to protect them. Be proactive with the retention as a key business of your records in order to meet governance and compliance requirements, and destroy records only when it's required, when the life cycle has been reached and you don't have any holds on it. And then some schools, depending if they are independent, private, or public, they might have a requirement to transfer some of the records to the state records facility. So those are the things that you might need to think about. Now, this comes as a potential external pressures to your organization that have an insight in how you manage your information. So there might be a number of regulations, legislations, and frameworks that will help you to manage information, like, for example, the Information Management Framework or the Privacy Protection Act that will have definitely certain requirements in how you manage and protect your information and how compliant you are to this. So when it comes to it, you want to have or think about a records toolkit in order to manage information in your organization. So you definitely want to manage the life cycle. Anything that you keep is anything that you are liable and the custodian of that information for. So you would like to understand what is the life cycle of your information. You want to make sure that you manage not only your digital, but your physical records, that you understand what they are stored. You have particular obligations in the student records, and those transfer protocols when they leave the school or they transfer to another school. Do you understand those transfer protocols? And obviously you need to liaise with IT from a technological perspective, because they present the tools that enable for you to manage your information ecosystem. So you want to think about disaster recovery and business continuity. And if we zero in into protecting student records, there are a couple of things that are important. For example, you want to think about the PII, or personal identifiable requirement. You want to think about identifiable information, health information. Some schools may have Royal Commission holds on the records, so they might need to be maintained even because of indigenous disability or child abuse. They might need maintained for certain period of time. When you release information, you might need to think about redaction, how you're storing that information, being physical or digital, and how you train your staff in order to that they do understand how to manage private information and that they are conscious that this information is sensitive. When it comes to storage and security, that you protect physical information, if you have it on site or off site, is it in a controlled environment? Do you control the humidity and that sort of stuff? And that you protect digital information by classifying and understanding the privileged access to it. And ensure that digital records are stored in formats that give you the perspective to keep those records for a long time, longevity to the records. Then you want to think about the legal and policy frameworks for this, some of them that we mentioned in the previous slide, and the compliance requirements, so how they are created, maintained, and managed through the life cycle, and how accessible they are for who has access to that, and I'm able to dispose it when it's requirements. So all those comes as you manage your information. So managing information is important because it is the way in which you are not only protecting your organization and your schools, but also making your life more efficient once you have your information digital. So having laid that foundation and understanding these concepts and managing information and intelligent information in an ecosystem like schools, there are certain challenges that schools face, and we propose that M365 technologies could be helpful in order to address these challenges. So once again, I'm going to bring the information challenge, and we're going to try to see how we could tackle by using M365 technology, which is, as we interact with different schools across the nation, we have seen that these are the number of technologies that seem to be important because of the capacity that Microsoft had given to schools to give a very good deal in the licensing front and the ability to acquire a lot of that technology on the education sector. So let's gonna start with some of these, and hopefully we close at the end with a little bit of emerging technology time permitting. So first, let's gonna talk about data sprawl and multiple repositories. So the impact in a school is the inefficiency, right? If you have information across different repositories, like different teams, if you don't have a governance, if everybody creates at any point, if you don't have templates, then people most likely is not gonna be able to find the information. So even if the information exists, they're gonna end up recreating that information. So really, you didn't gain anything by creating it the first time. Second, you're gonna waste time by trying to search for information because you probably don't know exactly what it is. You're gonna have that difficulty finding the information, difficulty controlling the version. You don't know which is the last version of the last source of truth, and that could increase your exposure surface. In other words, there could be a capability for a breach to happen if you don't able to control the information. So Purview could be a good example in how to use a technology in order to solve that. For example, the Data Explorer helps you to identify information and to protect that information. So searching and finding is important because you could use keywords, you could use unique IDs, you could use sensitivity label, you could use a different kind of mechanism, of, for example, natural language processing, in order to talk and interrogate your data and bring the information in order to understand how your data is living in different data repositories within the M365 ecosystem. And now this is important because this will have and will inform your data privacy and security management, right? Your data security posture against your information. So you should be able, with Purview, to monitor the movement of information cross-cloud, right? To produce dynamic reports in order to understand trend analysis of how information is created, what is the type of information, how sensitive it is, to correlate that across different repositories, and to be able to identify vulnerabilities. So Purview gives you, for example, as a technology, gives you the capability to deep down and to launch investigation if you understand that something perhaps has a pattern that looks suspicious, right? So you understand that you protect that sensitive information as you go along and as you protect your repositories. So that's the first challenge there, and that is something that we could use technology in order to bring a little bit of order and protection to our organization. The second one is the lack of governance, and this talked about pretty much managing your information. So the impact for schools is the inability to enforce policies. It's really difficult. And it's really difficult, and it has been difficult up until now, because the burden is always on the user, right? And if you ask the user, well, you need to make sure that you fill out 10 or 20 fields of metadata, understand the thesaurus, the classification, the permissions, well, what is gonna end up happening is that it's gonna be in the way of people doing their job or their studies, and they're gonna give up. So the best thing is for you to use technology to enforce those policies. You're gonna see that the impact is also inconsistent retention, inconsistent permissions, inconsistent naming conventions, information coming in from different places. So the best thing that you could do is use technology in order to centralize the information architecture. If you remember when we were talking about the roadmap, we were talking about the managed part, which are your information and the structures. And one part of that information and the structure, as you see there, is your file plan. Your file plan, also called as a taxonomy or business classification scheme, could look like something very trivial. It looks like a hierarchical way to organize information, but it's actually quite important because your taxonomy is also called in the information management space your ontology. It actually talks about how you do your business and how you interact with your information. So you need to actually think through these things because it actually is a representation. When you create a taxonomy, you're telling, this is who we are, this is what we do, and this is how we transact information as a human beings. So you do your business classification scheme, the classification help you, either you do it functional or per business unit or per unit of work, and what you do is you are able to comply with regulations. So you could classify information that is HR, student records, finance, and different kind of classifications, and they could have different kind of permissions, and they could have different sensitivity labels, and so on and so on. And you can manage your life cycle consistently and according to regulations and guidelines from your state records, for example. Now, that could help you to protect risks because you are able, in top of your classification, to lay down the sensitivity labels. Totally agree with the people who presented before. You need to strike a balance between manage and being practical. If you put so many labels, is going to be unmanageable. So you want to think about something that is pragmatic, but it still brings you to a point to controlling your information. So you want to do that by, for example, your sensitivity labels to be able to be in compliance, to work with your policies, and to make sure that you have a data loss prevention, or DLP as it's called in purview, because you are able to protect that information doesn't leak out of your organization. And then with policies and sensitivity labels, you are able to classify information in different repositories such as emails or documents or sites and protect that content. And for example, you are able to make sure that certain content is encrypted, or that is certain marking or user control, or even blocking certain content if the system thinks that is being shared with people who shouldn't have access to it. So that's challenge number 2, and now challenge number 3, which is compliance and security risk. So the impacts for organizations and schools are the lack of compliance. If you don't think about how to govern your information and how to control your information, what is going to happen is you're going to be out of compliance. You could have data breaches, as it was explained before, and that could come with penalties and fines, but also disrepute and for your organization. You won't be able to protect personal and health information or even financial information and sensitive information in general, and it's going to give you the inability to actually provide records as you want for audits or for release of information in general. So the solution is to apply data protection and records management on your organization. So for example, the insider risk management within Purview can help you to manage the policy creation, how your policy is going to be created. It could give you a dashboard with alerts when certain policies are being actually are identifying that something is not right or not being enforced as they should. It could actually give you the opportunity for you to identify patterns, investigate, and act on them. So it kind of gives you a little bit of control and handling how that digital information is being worked on. And then it could give you a risk scoring, so you could actually understand how this information is actually, how risky it is for your organization, because you could have different type of information, and your information could also be in different type of states. So there is information that is very active at some point, because a lot of people is using it, and then it drops, and it could become rot, which means redundant, obsolete, and trivial. Now, this rot information no longer have any value per se in your schools, but they could have information that it could still be important, and if you don't control it, they could actually be part of a breach. So the second one is the data loss prevention, which is another tool within Purview that it could help you to detect sensitive data within M365. It can block or override actions from your users, and it could give you alerts and activity monitoring. So it could kind of give you a 360-degree of the information that is located within M365 ecosystem. And the fourth challenge is operational inefficiency. So you may have a lot of onboarding, offboarding, a lot of reports that are shared through different applications that you cannot control. Many teachers may have, are able to, for convenience, to use Dropbox or personal clouds, or for example as well WhatsApp in order to communicate, and some of these communications may have information that is private that shouldn't be released. So and some of these perhaps are also coming into paper, and where is it that the paper is controlled. So for example, paper heavy process will bring manual classification, manual data entry, slow processes, and difficult to actually retrieve. So M365 has solutions like Power Automate and Syntax that use AI and machine learning in order to get the best out of this. So for example, what you see on the screen is a document that is scanned. You could think about forms that are sent for medical certificates or onboarding or offboarding of or certain students that come via email, or actually you need to scan it. And using, for example, intelligent capture, you could automate the digitization of these documents. You could understand, the AI could understand the content and the context of the information in the document, extract the metadata, bring the metadata into the system, and once you had the metadata, you could apply sensitivity labels, you could classify it, and you could start to control it. So this could bring a lot of efficiency within your process. And if you think a lot of processes that are relying in physical or paper-based artifacts, you could think about intelligent document processing, in which everything from, for example, getting a signature or invoices or purchase orders or things that are submitted from the students could be actually automated and could be classified and could have a sensitivity label, and you could actually report on it and you could control it and be in compliant. And then you could use tools like Power Automate that could integrate with your compliance posture, and it could actually have certain workflows in which if somebody were to release information that he shouldn't according to policies, they could actually send that to an approval to a stakeholder that understands and needs to approve that information before it's actually released, or he could actually block it right away. So you could have a real-time mitigation of those sort of risks. So once again, what we're seeing here is a lot of the capabilities that new technology. So we've been focusing on M365 as is very spread across schools, but in general, you could use your technology. So technology is an enabler. One of the good things about it is that definitely we are at a time in which technology is giving us a lot of tools. That doesn't make it easy, to be honest. And it doesn't make it easy because I have been in a lot of deployments in which we have good technology, an incredible implementation project, and then it doesn't have adoption. And the reason why it doesn't have adoption is because it doesn't speak to the needs of the school in which the system has been deployed. So what it is important is that one size doesn't fit all. Every organization is a social being, and it might have its own needs and behaviors and its own pressures external from the organization. And you need to, a lot of this is human beings transacting information in different business processes with the students with different needs and requirements. And that's why you kind of need to understand how you're gonna deploy that in your organization, and by understanding the needs and behaviors of your organization. One thing that I wanna introduce to you that we've been working with and that I think it is important is artificial intelligence as that last point in terms of emerging technologies, and in particular, agentic AI. We do believe that agentic AI, it is really important. It is a paradigm shift in how you manage information, because you could actually create agents that could orchestrate amongst themselves and could actually bring a lot of capabilities and automation to your organization. So a lot of IT business are being required to do more with less, right? So automation in this space, in particular information management, could help you to actually bring a lot of automation and relieve a lot of that burden. So what we have there is, before you enter into artificial intelligence, you need to have a governance framework and a policy framework. There are a couple of things that you need to think about this, which is, for example, these are powerful tools that are designed by somebody, and they may have algorithmic bias and discrimination on it. You need to think about transparency. Agents rely on large language models, but are autonomous piece of software that can take decisions without human oversight. So it is important that you are able to open the box and be accountable for the decision that these tools do. Build product and service to make sure that you have a human in the loop, that you have tested your edge cases in order to make sure that if decisions needed to be taken, they are informed by a human understanding and integrating with this tool. Data security and privacy is important. These are powerful tools. They are going to have access to a lot of systems. And if you don't design tests in a contained environment, have the human in the loop, and have a governance framework in order to test it, they could be a release of information that you didn't expect it. And then the two on the corner are more about generative AI and how to use it in schools. Academic integrity, we think that it's better than a copy-paste mode. The way to use it is actually reason and expand and question your own assumptions. And safety and well-being, because we have seen that this is a powerful technology. It could actually produce deep fakes, that it could actually affect the safety and mental health of your students. So things to think through. I also would like to invite for 2 seconds my colleague, which is Gavin O'Kane, and he's an expert in artificial intelligence. I just want to pose a couple of questions for him, because this is more his expertise than mine, which is information management. And we've worked together he's an expert in AI, and just perhaps for everybody, I just would like to ask a couple of questions. So Gavin, you've been working on the space of automation and now artificial intelligence for a lot of time. How do you see agentic AI perhaps contributing to schools in order to bring better practices to the school?
Yeah, so thank you, Gio. And yeah, my background, I've worked in automation for, I keep saying 20 years, but it's now 25 years. So time marches on. But very much my experience has been, there's always been 2 flavors of automation in my world, and that's business process management, was a very predictable process, and then there was case management, where there was a human in the loop, as you mentioned there, and that was always actually a human in the loop, making decisions around sentiment and other information that's not exactly prevalent to like a complete workflow system. And so what agentic AI now has done is it's actually changed, or has shifted that now, because it allows the AI can now look at sentiment, do that analysis, and assist where the human in the loop. There's always going to be a human in the loop, but agentic allows us to assist that human in a different way than was possible before. And just the word agentic has been used here and a previous presentation. I just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of what that actually means. So we're all using large language models to do chat, and that's words in and words out. But what agentic does, it actually brings that to life to make it do things based on information that it has, the information that's available. So that gives your AI agency.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think it could be the pitfalls if we don't think about governance frameworks and policy frameworks?
Yeah, I mean, that is a big challenge in AI. There's a big awareness now about putting documents into the likes of ChatGPT or other language models. Where does that data go? Because there's always, in different industries, it's education and private information is not unique to schools by any stretch. You have artists worried about their work going in and training AI, so that's their IP. So it's definitely a big challenge. There are moves ahead, and the likes of Microsoft on Azure It uses OpenAI models under the hood, and those are private to your instance. So there are definitely moves afoot on that.
Fantastic. And how schools could start interacting with AI in a greater perspective?
Yeah, I suppose there's probably, just I guess with my kids at school, I'm very much aware of, I'm not directly involved in the education sector myself, but I'm aware of the challenges that teachers are having with controlling what the students can use, what they're allowed to use. So I understand that education is going through a transition, learning like everyone else. But think of the bigger picture here. So imagine, as I mentioned, agentic AI is about giving action to AI. It's not just about putting in words, but imagine a world in 2030 where you as a teacher are supplemented by agents that actually know in depth every child's workload, secure record management behind all that, but it's able to tailor the that education specifically for the needs of that child. I know we all try and do that, but we've got limitations to what we can do as humans, and this augmentation will drive education forward, I believe.
Fantastic, thank you, Gavin. And why I brought this one, and I think it's important, because as we're doing data by design and managing information, I was doing a similar talk to Records and Information Management with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, and while we talked to the people, we realized that a lot of people are actually creating these agents and IT doesn't know. And we're not talking about the sprawl of data repositories like Teams and shared drives and sites, but actually agents. And the agents actually are not just having information dormant, they're actually doing things. So it is important for you that you have a governance framework. When we're talking about data by design and information and compliance and chaos, we need to think about these subjects as well that I think everybody's trying to struggle with those. So thank you, Gavin, for that. And conclusions and takeaway. So why is important managing information when you think about data by design? Well, information management can help you to get into compliance with regulations and frameworks. It could help you to protect private identifiable information and sensitive information, can also reduce the source of your exposure and your footprint by managing the life cycle, can increase your efficiency by digitizing process and making that available and getting insight from the metadata of the information that you apply on top of that. And it could help you to find information when required. So if you control your information and your ecosystem, you are able to do that. So a couple of next steps, start with quick wins. So this could be daunting. We always encourage progressive improvement and not a big bang approach because it's difficult. So choose a pilot area, like for example, digitizing student records and applying AI on top of that in order to extract naming conventions and metadata. Train the why rather than the how. I think that is important. You not only need to tell your audience that how to do things, but why it's important to protect information, why we as a culture is important to protect the asset that we create. And intelligent information as a center of excellence that is multidisciplinary at the center of the organization, where IT, legal experts, and information champions come to struggle with this information, and that comes in this chart, in which is the same roadmap. Now we had the center of excellence with this multidisciplinary that understand the technology foundation, but also perhaps could interact with your audience that we think in the future it could be human and digital as well. So you need to understand who actually transacts information. And hopefully this brings your organization from an incipient and unmanaged level of maturity to what we think hopefully could be a proactive and intelligent organization. So listen, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. I hope you have a little bit of value, and happy to answer any questions or comments if you have that.
Thank you, Gio and Gavin, for that great presentation. It's given us some great thinking points for managing our data in schools. I think something that came up throughout all the presentations is the collaboration piece between IT and the rest of the school. That's so critical for things to be, projects to be successful, and getting buy-in from the users and having stakeholders and leadership that understand what we're doing. It shouldn't just be a IT-driven project, it should be a whole school-driven project. I just think that bridge image at the start, and that was really powerful. So next session, we're gonna, I think, get up and move around. So we're gonna do a tour of the Infinity Centre here at Matthew Flinders Anglican College. It's gonna be led by Bill Hooper, the head of learning.
Do you want to say a few words before we leave, or should we just all stand up and follow you?
There, so
okay, cool.
I might just get everyone on their feet, and we're going to head out this right-hand door over here, and I'll take you across to the Infinity Centre.
Sounds great. Thanks, Bill. Well, thank you everybody for. Hopefully you found that tour useful, and yeah, sure. Look, I just want to thank Bill for giving us that tour. He does a wonderful tour of the building and shows how proud we really all are of it. So hopefully you got something out of what a modern educational space looks like. I would say that in Year 9 with our Year to Rise programme, this school's achieved what many schools aren't able to, which is to block the curriculum out for some of those modules. A lot of schools think it's a great idea but never quite get to do it, so I was really proud to see that happen when that Year 9 to Rise programme came through. I was just wondering if anybody had any questions for Bill while we're now back online. Feel free to ask. If not, we'll send him away with a big thank you and an applause. We've got multiple solar cells across the whole school, so we're one of the largest solar producers in the Sunshine Coast. So the sports centre's covered, all of the red sheds, almost all the buildings have got some form of solar. Just on that, we've also got a BESS system, which is a backup emergency supply system for IT. So that's an entirely autonomous cell which will basically run the entire system allegedly all the time. We have had a few issues with it when we really needed it, but the intent is that it will just run ad infinitum if the power goes out. So. Okay, well, let's just say a big thank you to Bill, and we'll see you at lunch. And I think we're up for a Mitie update now, is that right? Excellent. Thanks, Nathan.
What an amazing space that was, and you can really tell it's enhancing teaching and learning with technology. It's really well thought out. Well, now it's my turn to talk about Mitie. The purpose of Mitie is really connecting professionals in independent schools and share and support and grow together, and you can see that here today with everyone collaborating and talking, and it's really positive to see. Mitie is vendor neutral and school driven, and we exist to serve schools, not suppliers. In schools, we support one another, and I talked about silos before, but it's important that we come together and support one another and help each other with issues that we're facing or projects that we're working on, and Mitie can help that. Mitie's committee is evolving, and we're looking to broaden representation of support for local chapters, so Queensland, Western Australia, Tasmania, so we're working on that. And we aim to offer the same level of support and service no matter where you are. So what Mitie's services offer, we are active discussion forum. Has everyone been into the discussion forum of Mitie? Yep. It's a great place to find out information. You can see what other people are working on or talk about issues that you're facing. And people are always willing to lend their help and talk. We offer the term conferences and network events, which we're here today. We offer scholarships and resources, advocacy and representation, and we also have a Women in ICT program, which is really wonderful. Why join Mitie? I think that's an easy answer. It's free. It's not a hard sell. So I encourage you, if you know anyone that hasn't joined Mitie or is looking to join Mitie, just join. It's a fantastic community, and everyone can benefit from the collaboration it brings with schools across Australia. I've gone to Mitie forums a lot for problem solving, and like I said before, everyone's really approachable, and we're all here with the same goal as for educating students, and we can all support each other. You can also promote your school and promote what your school's doing. You can build a career profile as well. Get yourself known across other schools in other states or schools in your state. So now I've got to ask for your support. So how can you help Mitie? So we're looking for schools to host wonderful events like this into next year. So if you know anyone that would like to host or you would like to host, reach out to any one of the Mitie committees. You can reach out to me or any one of the Mitie committees. We're always looking for potential dates, themes, and it's what interests you as a community and what's local to you. We don't dictate the themes that we want to run. And yeah, please, if you know any schools that aren't members of Mitie, get them on board. It's free, and I think it can benefit schools that aren't on board because of that collaboration piece and that networking piece. Well, that's my sell done. So it's now lunchtime. So again, if you haven't gone and had a chat to any of our sponsors, have a chat to our sponsors, enjoy lunch, and we'll be back here at 2:15. Enjoy.
And one of the biggest ones that has really troubled me and challenged me is this notion of the non-academic achievement holy grail. And I'm hoping I can unpack that for you as we go through this session and why it drives me so much. But I really wanted to start off by saying and asking, in the first instance, once again I'm going to encourage you to have a quick chat with the people at your desk. If I was to say that the IT department, one of the best value propositions that you have for your school community is these two things: teacher wellbeing and students demonstrating outcomes. Have a go at your table with your elbow partner, as we like to say in the classroom. Have a little chat about, at your school, in your context, what might you think as being your value proposition of the work that you do with your team in contributing to teacher wellbeing and to young people walking away from your school community being able to demonstrate what they've achieved. A couple of minutes, have a little chat. I'm conscious that I will be standing between you and the afternoon and a drink. But if anybody would like to share just briefly from your table something that might have been of interest or you thought was a great point or something you'd like to raise just around the tables. Okay, hold those thoughts, keep those gems. One thing I'd like to say before I move on from this slide and to encourage you to think is that I actually think teacher wellbeing sits very much at the heart of much of what you do within the IT and with managing ICTs across the school. I think it's, you know, that picture that you sometimes see of the old lady, young lady, and you can see one of them really clearly, but the other one, I think teacher wellbeing, which is a huge challenge for the sector, is very much sitting there in all the work that you do. And I hopefully will be able to demonstrate as we go along. So for me, the challenge here is this huge transition, this area on the left-hand side where we are sitting in schools and we create all these beautiful programs that we were able to share earlier, and no doubt your school is full of. There's core curriculum, core business, and all the beautiful things that young people engage in. Part of our job is preparing them for their departure and their next phase. It is actually the purpose. Sure, there's a citizenship role, but there's also this opportunity to be able to say, we've given you the toolkit, you've been able to learn a whole host of things to be able to go to this next phase of your life, which so many people locked down as university or only an apprenticeship type model. But in schools like ours, the university notion and the pathway is so incredibly dominant. But from somebody who's actually sat in the university setting, what I know for sure is that ATAR is almost the least of the concerns young people need to face. And the thing that I say to the students in our Leave Well program, which we designed to help students think about this transition, is who do you think you are up against in terms of competition? So here's the point. The university sector is at its poorest moment historically. They are absolutely crazy keen to get students in, but they don't have disposable money. And perhaps this may start to happen in other industries as well, but things like internships, scholarships, value add, all of these particular opportunities that enrich a student's portfolio and career choice are becoming really, really hard to get. And in an elite private school, I can tell you without a doubt that when we have 4,000 applications for 5 scholarships at UQ, and we see young people coming from very lovely, nurturing high school settings, we say, yep, a young person given all the resources performing to expectation. So I quite often put that out there in terms of saying to the young people, the students, your ATAR is a once-off passport. It only gives you an entry to a country, and that's it. We never actually get or spend a lot of time thinking about how do they manage all the other things that happen when they're in that country. Interestingly, before I move on, I'll just say to you all in this room, you are a gift to your school community, because many of the people that interface with young people have not seen that world. And what I'd like to say out of that is that these are some of the challenges that I'm trying to tap into around this. There are huge gaps between the worlds of school and what many of you in the room have a better understanding than a lot of teachers about the real world out there. I've spoken to quite a few across the room and listened to your life experiences and the things that you have to offer young people and what you're drawing on in terms of the work you do in schools. It's really rich. Because schools are, and many of you would be able to tell me about this, I'm sure, they're high-pressure bubble lands. The young people, by and large, are wrapped up in this ATAR mentality, the majority of them. Not all schools, obviously, there's a lot more complexity there. But that pressure to be able to perform really well in ATAR, the pressure on teachers and on schools to do that. And quite often, Chris and I have had flung at us, I can't tell you how many times, why should we give them anything more than an ATAR?
And that leads into the question of if it isn't broken, why do you need to change anything?
So it's been really interesting as the two of us have engaged and supported each other on this challenge. The other thing too is that what I've been trying to highlight there is not an equal opportunity landscape in terms of it can actually be really, really difficult to get young people who have come from highly nurturing, small, independent private schools where they've done really well to understand the complexity. And as the person who was responsible for kicking young people out of university, I would actually sit through around about 80 to 90 show cause interviews a year. And without question, I can go and get the figures, 90% of the young people that sat in front of me were boys from all boys schools, of very high elite performing. And part of the reason was because they'd come from these real nurturing backgrounds, they weren't ready for what they were experiencing. The other flip side of the coin was when we worked with young people, there was another girl that I worked with. Out of her school setting, there's 165 students, only 2 students got ATAR for university entry, and she was the only one that went to UQ. So these equal opportunity spaces are playing in as well. And this is the big one, certainly for Chris and I, there's this huge tension in education and schooling at the moment between knowledge and the privileging of knowledge and performance of knowledge, if you like the Shanghai, Singapore model, to be a little bit blunt, right across to the 21st century skills. It's all about preparing for future workforce. The pendulum swings and the tensions within schools about how they're trying to respond to these two strong dominant ways of thinking is creating really interesting tensions within how we work. And even within Flinders, the lovely teaching and learning framework that I showed you earlier today, self-determination theory sits really quite in tension with the cog science piece of that particular that we're working on. So these are complex times, as if I need to tell you. And then the final thing, which is something that I've been talking about, is this challenge then for young people to be able to see the purpose, see the ideas and see why. They need to engage in a whole lot, but it's the teachers and schools even more so that they can't be what they can't see, and they're seeing this little bubble world at this point in time. So these were some of the challenges that have been driving the work that Chris and I have been doing. And this is a detailed summary of the black box that we're trying to approach. And I think, and I believe, that many of you in this particular room would contribute to some of what's going on here. So when a young person leaves, what we want them to leave with from school is a rich learner profile. That's what we believe at here, and we've been working on this for quite a few years. And we know how that profile can get generated. Obviously, with secondary schooling, as we talked about, there's core curriculum, and then there's report cards that are generated, so we get this ongoing feedback to the various people that are required, the critical stakeholders. That academic achievement piece is actually quite set. It's relatively easy. But when we go over to the non-academic, how do we capture in a valid, robust, and evidence-driven way all the beautiful things that young people are able to demonstrate and have achieved as they journey through their time in school? It's a real trick. What Chris will unpack for you in a moment is the way that we've tried to harness our IT and collaborate with our IT department to be able to do that through the core curriculum and through the technology that we've got available here, through being able to harvest scores against some of the general capabilities. And then what I'd like to come back to is some of the work that literally we're trying to work on right now in terms of generating some way of doing a really lovely response to that black box of the other stuff, sometimes called soft skills, leadership skills, all the things that we know are really driving a lot of what's going out in industry. So over to Chris, he's going to give us a little bit from his perspective.
Sure, so I think probably all of us would be in a job that wasn't designed when we went through school, right? So we're all in this boat, so we all kind of get it, because you know, these things didn't exist many moons ago. We've had to adapt, change, and fit in. And what was interesting was that in UNESCO did a piece of work called Future Competencies and the Future of the Curriculum. And they identified, and I can send this document out, I won't go through all of it, they identified a bunch of different areas which would thread between some of the changing landscape of the workforce. So they were the kind of 6 C skills and the enterprise skills and soft skills that you might need. We've talked about the self-determination theory and the ramp, and that informs the teaching and learning practices. I guess what we're looking for is this learner disposition piece, and that's the exciting piece of the puzzle, what students can actually demonstrate. So trying to capture that is quite difficult. It's sort of implied in curriculum teaching through general capabilities, but it's not actually measured in any meaningful way. And so if you probably have your own frameworks in your school for what sits with what your school sort of values are. So what we've tried to do is take that, look at general capabilities, and then fit it into the curriculum that we deliver, but also how to do it in a way which doesn't require a teacher to do any more work. So this is one of our areas around critical thinking. There's a lot of information on it. I don't expect you to read it. But what we did was actually deconstruct the curriculum and find out subjects at what year levels and what units, the particular skill that we were looking for, where that sat within the curriculum. So whether it's constructing knowledge, evaluating, problem solving, whatever it might be. And then what we did was we looked at the standards elaborations and the rubrics that were provided along, and line by line we'd identify where that particular trait might sit. So going through from 7 to 10 and going through every single unit on every single subject, so whether it's citizenship or whether it's creative thinking, critical thinking, character, whatever it might look like, communications, collaborations, all that sort of stuff, is seeded into the curriculum, and it's kind of implied teaching. But we had no way of measuring it. And we certainly didn't have a way of measuring what our framework looked like, what we wanted a Flinders student to look like when they actually left the college, and what values we wanted them to hold. So we started a project, if you like, with our learning management system, which is Schoolbox. And we created our customized framework, which had the 6 Cs. We called it the Enterprise Skills Framework. Other people call it different things. We kind of landed on that. And then we broke down each of the areas like character, self-awareness, and then we sort of went down 3 deep. And then within the learning management system, we went through every unit of every subject and every line of every rubric. And where that particular trait popped up, we would actually tag it against that particular line. So it's on a kind of 5-point scale. And you might have, some of these traits turning up 17 times across, 3 years or 4 years or whatever it might be. And the key to it was that the teacher didn't have to do any extra work. And for us, it was far more broad than a single person's observation on a summative assessment. And the ultimate goal is that we'll end up with a progress and performance basically chart, which can show people what their 5 strengths are, their biggest strengths. So this is mainly 7 to 10. We're going to extend it into 11 and 12 with some of the leadership programs that Louise has talked about. But this is a snapshot of what your kind of creativity and collaboration, communication sort of skills look like on a radar. And this is not to change people. This is just so that they have an understanding of who they are and what their strengths are more than anything. And so they can lean into those strengths in their future vocations. Because one of the other things that we've seen is that there is a huge change in the way that recruitment works. So as Louise alluded to, the ATAR is a very high value currency when you leave school. But the enterprise skills and the ability to get and keep a job are increasingly important because there's a huge disconnect between what were traditional industrial class sort of jobs and what are creative class jobs now. So recruitment's changed. People are recruiting to fit within a team and then teach the skills. So in order to be able to do that, you have to be receptive to that learning and open to change and the ability to adapt. So if we can get that thinking and methodology and way of working with students when they leave, then they'll be on a really good footing, whichever path they go down. Over to you.
Terrific. Just holding up on that, when we first presented this to some of our colleagues, I can honestly say that in some ways we were berated. Literally, we've had some really interesting confrontation times, Chris and I, and it's been so fabulous that the two of us have got each other's back in terms of being able to think strategically and think that we can keep our eye on the prize here. Because one of our colleagues looked at this and said, this is ridiculous. How are we going to get the person who's got that red to be fully green? Our fault in some ways, choosing red and green, of course. But the point being, this person had this sense that the only way that you could ever see data produced like this about young people's achievement is with the view to getting an A. And can I say, just unpacking that mentality is challenging in and of itself. The other thing that's really, really important to note here is that teacher wellbeing piece. That the tech, the IT, is constantly helping out, and we're constantly coming back to this point about how can we lower the impost on teachers? What's our opportunity here to be able to produce a great outcome for a young person, but to reduce the demand on teachers? And that one has driven me a lot in this. So this morning, I'll just talk to this a little bit. I talked about, as the head of the Discovery Institute, one of the jobs that I have, one of the real pleasures, is I run the signature events that are opportunities for students to pursue their passion, but also to be connected to role models and to people beyond the college, to see what they can be. And part of that, and I'm just going to choose the I wish framework here, I wanted them to be able to walk away with a kind of demonstration of the evolvement of their skills on those 6 Cs from 7 to 10, and to have an opportunity to demonstrate this at a participation level and at a leadership level. But here's the tricker. I didn't actually just, I'm into world peace, I didn't just want it for my Inspiring Futures programs, I want it for everything. I want it for sport. Young people in this country spend bucket loads, and I had a real good opportunity to have a crack at the head of the Australian Olympic Committee the other day about this. When he said that our young people have so many mental problems and that they're not able to cope, and sport needs to rescue them. And I said, young people in this country spend oodles of time in schools, in sporting teams, and walk away with nothing. But, if they're lucky, a pocket, as somebody pointed out to me, or a couple of medals. So what I've been trying to do is to find a way that doesn't put any impost on the coaches or any impost on teachers to have to document more, but also provides an opportunity for a young person to walk away, and we can put our hand on our heart and say, by participating as the co-curricular captain in volleyball, I was able to demonstrate these attributes in this context. And I'm lucky that I've got this little sandpit of this suite of 3 programs to trial this. The way that I've landed is not on credentialing, although there's a credentialing element to it. It's actually to run them literally like mini university courses, where the students actually are going to enrol into the program. They have the at least, which is the at least commitment hurdle that sits at the top. And that is the only time that a teacher will have to engage with it. I'll come back to that in a moment. So this is the hard paper copy of it at the moment that I've been working through. And having those set criteria of what they have to do at the top. And then against the 6 Cs, I've gone through, and because I was involved in the tagging for the 7 to 10, rewritten them according to the particular tasks, skills, competencies we will see them do with certainty. So I've been working with Chris on this for 2 years now, maybe a little bit longer. I don't think we're slow, it's just complex. And recently we started moving into trialling the first run actually with the students going onto the LMS, enrolling in this program, being able to provide 2 pieces of evidence, and then they will hopefully self-check their achievement, just like a competency would happen at a university or other tertiary learning settings. The list will go straight through with the students, and all the teacher has to do is unclick on that particular, the names that they know that that student hasn't been able to achieve the commitment hurdles. And then hopefully we'll be able to produce a lovely summary of this in terms of a graphic representation and an overarching framework. But then, using all of the IT, be able to go across all of the particular co-curricular signature events young people do and create a learner profile that will, for example, in a leadership space, demonstrate that they had a lot of opportunity to lead in critical thinking, a lot of opportunity in, for example, collaboration, but hardly ever did they have an opportunity to do creativity, for example. So at this point in time, we've really been struggling and working through what does it look like, but one of the hardest things has been trying to sell it to other staff. And as we watch the movement and change out in the real world and in the workforce and in things that are starting to bubble up, we've got more and more faith about how we're moving forward. Another piece of our partnership that I haven't spoken to is, as the person in charge of research in the college, what I've really worked out is that schools are not fit for purpose for gold standard research within the school setting. It is usually highly atomised, as many of you who have done research know. It's very specific in terms of the surveys and the data. It doesn't feel like it's relevant, particularly if you're doing survey data. And then it's really tricky to dock into the imaginaries of students and teachers about the worthwhileness of this particular research. But we are now in the process of taking what we've learnt through that research, that tough process of partnering with the Australian Catholic University's Institute for Positive Psychology and Education. They've been terrific. We've learnt a lot, and now we're in the situation of generating in-house surveys and data that builds out of that partnership to be able to give us some real-time feedback to how we're going in the implementation of the framework. What it means, though, for all of these partnerships with me as the head of the Flinders Discovery Institute and with Chris in his role, has been this real, I've done a lot of research using the boundary spanner framework as a way to look at how we can maximise creativity, innovation, etc. across institutions and organisations. But there's no question that having Chris at the table, having opportunities for those people to be part of the strategic thinking is really, really productive. And whatever we can do to support you, and I'm sure there's many of you in the room that would be able to stand up and provide fantastic examples of how you're doing boundary spanning work and really engaging with and contributing to other departments and folk within your school. But should you need anything to support, I'm happy to provide any opportunities or any thoughts that we've had that you would find useful in your setting. But for me, that little piece there of that person putting that jigsaw puzzle for the people to go across and for making sure that those relationships are created and then asking for and getting that voice at the table, the strategic table, is a really huge bonus for a school community. And also the other things, actually getting opportunities to connect with the young people themselves. Never underestimate that one. So we started off by saying that there were a couple of questions here that was guiding the work that we do together. I think when we think about what do schools need and want, quite often because teachers and schools are very much in the moment and in the curriculum, it can take people like us in this room to be able to get them to think beyond that. I think that's a really, really important part of the work that we can collaborate and do together. In terms of young people, I think getting young people, I do as many focus groups as I possibly can, ask them where they're at, try and find out what worked for them, what did they hear, what have they tried, where have they pushed it. Real opportunities and beyond the teacher and the teacher conversation. And I would bet my bottom dollar that they would talk more honestly with you than perhaps most of the teaching staff. How we've tried to respond and how we continue to try and respond and support each other, particularly Chris and I and Chris's team. I work with many of the team members and they've just been fabulous to be able to really listen to where young people are going and what they need and respond to that. And that's been really about understanding and maximising those critical stakeholders and that networking opportunity. So, it's been a privilege to be here and to have been invited. I was talking about out of field. I had another out of field experience earlier in the year when I went over to Glasgow for the International Children's Paediatric Pain Conference. And can I say, when you're put into the opportunity to be in a room with a whole lot of people that are doing something totally different but aligned to your work, it can be so fabulous. And certainly that has been our experience working together in the college.
It has.
So if there are any questions,
please
filter us. But
I'll also add that this has taken a couple of years. When we first started looking at it, I had a pretty fixed concept of using credentialing as some way of sort of capturing these skills, which seemed a logical place to place it. But since that journey's gone on, we've really pulled back from that space because it's almost too broad, and you don't necessarily have the sort of academic rigor or the rigor to sort of, if we self-certify to say that somebody's a great communicator, that's okay up to a point, but you're not going into the deeper evidence. And also with the citizenship and creativity and all that sort of stuff, we know that sits within domains. So, you can be creative in one domain, but not necessarily in another. So we want to kind of unpack that a little bit as well and sort of make sure that that's sort of more transparent as to what the whole person actually is. So that's probably my only observations. The other one is that a lot of the technology really didn't exist, so when we started, it was advocating to our providers of the software to say, this is what we're looking at doing, can you build it? And convincing some of them to do that has been a bit of a challenge. And because we have to stay business as usual, we couldn't really change anything for the teaching body. So we had to sort of advocate and push and hope and fingers crossed, and it all kind of came together last year. So we're actively collecting this information at the moment. The main thing is the collection. We can get to it and we can graphically, show it pretty much any way we want. But we have built it into some of our systems, so you get a snapshot of a student, which is the one that I showed you. That was dummy data. But then we'll also, move forward. We'll design a sort of, nice schmick-looking report, which actually pulls on all those data points, puts it together, and makes some more sense of it, just in a more presentation sort of folio package, if you like. So, do you have any questions? Well.
As a parent, does every parent at the school know about the 6 C's and the importance of understanding what that does in the development of a child? Like, where does the responsibility start across that?
That's a really interesting question because I think there's a little bit
of a beautiful question.
I know, it's a good one. There's actually a couple of schools of thought that I would take, and Louise will be able to expand on that. But we are an academic school, but we also have a lot of entrepreneurs. And I think that helps a lot because entrepreneurs get the fact that, you have to be able to adapt and you have to be able to innovate and you have to be able to, create products and businesses and all that sort of stuff. Then obviously you have your professional body who, doctors and people who are going to go into medical and various other, more disciplined areas. So I would say that, there's a tension between those two, in that one side may look at it and say, well, that's just implied and we don't need to worry about it because you're going down the uni path for this particular degree. The other one would say this is critical because we can see what's happening in the world and the world's changed and we can all see it, we've seen it for many years. And, my child needs to be able to adapt and change as fast as everything moving around them. Louise may have some other ideas, but that would certainly be my take on it.
I think it's one of the ongoing most beautiful questions for the whole sector. What role the parents? It was interesting being over in Scotland because I walked away with the same number one. It's so interesting, you should raise that. The pain specialists around the globe would say that the biggest role that they have is re-educating parents on how to deal with children's pain. And I think that is a question too that we had around drug education, around a whole host of other things. How much do we bear the responsibility for educating parents about this new world and about the rationale that we have? Of course, at one level, it's about the fees. It's important that we, as often as we possibly can, we explain to parents from an education perspective what it is that we're doing and why. The truth of the matter is, schooling has moved relatively slowly. We can still walk around right now and see little tables and chairs that we probably have seen in 1860. And many parents will go back to thinking that that's real school. Many parents justified big fees on a successful ATAR. So it's a huge challenge, and our Year to Rise program that I mentioned this morning, we're really starting to see now a shift in the way that parents are starting to embrace that program. At first it was, how can we afford to be paying these big fees and you've taken our students offline and into this project world when they're about to go into senior? I think you've got a job as educators to just continue to provide the rationale and the evidence for parents and to provide the benefits. In my I Wish program that I showed, what I explained to the parents, I created a seminar called the Leave Well for Parents. And as a university person, what I do is I go through all the tips and tricks to ensure that they're best prepared as the coach for their students, because we know the number one influences of success in that first year of university are the least informed, which is parents. Young people still listen to their parents. I keep telling them that the most. I said, the data's really clear. They still believe you the most. It's still beating the internet. So at that Leave Well program, we really try and show how medicine, for example, is starting to look at ways other than ATAR for entry. And medicine is the one that is the hardest in terms of that, because GAMSAT plus your ATAR. But I was speaking to somebody recently who was complaining to me that their daughter had a best friend who was the dux of her high-performing private school and always wanted to do medicine, didn't get through the interview round. The richness of what people are starting to ask for in terms of student achievement, plus going back to those internships, etc. The final question I always leave both the Year 11s and the parents: what happened if the federal government tomorrow got rid of ATAR? It's on the table constantly. So I'm going to pull myself up because I know that a drink might be coming our way, but I could talk about that one. I think it's a really, really interesting element. What role schools in the education of parents?
You look at the medical sector, and the most important thing from a medical practitioner's perspective, from a patient perspective, is bedside manner. And there are qualified, incredible doctors coming through who don't even know how to talk to a patient post-surgery. It's still a really, really important part of being a doctor, is being human as well. You know, I think that the rounding piece is fine.
I'm going to get even baser than that. Medical degrees cost lots of money. And the government and a whole host of people are nervous about students who go into the medical degrees, for example, and then are unable, when the people person side of things come into it, to continue. Can I say, same with teaching. The number of teachers that we had when they got to second and third year who were incapable of being able to connect with young people and be in a classroom. I think all of those things really play into some complexity around the work that we do. Once again though, it's just, I think it's so powerful, the reporting side of things and reporting back to parents, and how we collectively in this room are providing them with insight into their students' progress and what that might mean for them beyond school. It's a
Measure
great
what
question.
matters.
Yeah, measure what matters.
Any other questions? Oh, Danielle?
Jen? Absolutely it is, and we're happy to share it with you, but if you go back to character and to citizenship, there are actually some really strong competencies that are embedded in there. I can speak a little bit to this because it's a bit of my area. The mental health and wellbeing of young people is very fraught in terms of measuring within a school setting. One of the biggest problems that we have is that if we measure it, and this is where I get a little bit antsy with these bodies that want to do resilience tests of young people, we have to know that we can respond to that data. So that's dangerous. The job here is not in this particular profile, not to look at how young people's mental health is, but what are the skill set, as you talk about in terms of resilience, but what does that look like in a skill and a competence? So self-awareness, being able to communicate, and then taking those levels of skills, the most important thing, down to a practical demonstration, a task, where we can say that student's been able to demonstrate that skill. The mental health piece that I think is more important of our collective work is the mental health and wellbeing of teachers. I think that the student aspect is really important, but when we dream it up, sometimes I've got to pull myself up and say, sit boo-boo, sit, because are you creating a layer of stress and a level of accountability for teachers that's a step too far? And that's where we've really worked quite a lot to see what can ICT do for us in that space. There's the AI and the typical things that you hear about marking, etc. But there's also about this data and evidence generation. But you're right to raise it. It's, there's just a real danger in getting some of the research that I did before I arrived here in testing young people's mental health and wellbeing with these quick, easy get surveys that then sit out there with no connection. I could talk about that one a little bit longer.
Hey.
What is the main apprehension of your staff who see those graphs, if that makes sense? So
It wasn't so much when they saw the graph, I think it was just the concept. The fact that we were trying to measure something which hadn't really been measured before. And so, and it was more of a question of why, because a teacher who's an elite teacher in a particular subject and discipline and getting fantastic results is probably not going to focus so much on what we might see as happening over what they actually need to deliver for that student. So that's why we had to do everything under the bonnet in terms of, you know, building the technology underneath what they were already doing so we could start to capture that without them having to change anything. So, and it is that, I come back to the, you know, there's nothing broken, you know, this is the thing. I mean, we know we're doing a lot of this good work anyway in the background, we're just not measuring it. And we're seeing that the way recruitment's changing and people are wanting to see these values and attributes, you know, presented. Without those sort of mechanisms in place, it makes it very hard for somebody to say, well, actually, I'm really good at X, you know, unless they've got some evidence behind it. So this gives them the ability and the tools to turn around and say, look, you know, this is what I do. My ability to learn is like through the roof, you know, so if I don't have the skills, you can teach me quickly, you know, that sort of stuff. So,
I think just to add quickly, it's been my experience coming back into a school setting that teachers really want to control the controllable in many respects. And when you come with all these, and not only teachers but leaders, because of the complexity of working in schools and email communication and accountabilities and what's coming at them. When we first presented in one situation, we presented about 36 slides and beautiful pictures and all these type of things of all of these lovely competencies, and somebody turned around and said, I don't get it. I have absolutely no idea why we should be doing any of this when they walk away with a pocket. So for those of you that don't know, there's a pocket that's embroidered that's got, you know, if you've done really well, you get gold music in writing. And I'm not saying that as a way of putting down our staff, because it's back to what Chris was saying about this has worked well, but the world out there has moved, and sometimes even I forget that some of the people that I work with literally may not have been out of a school since the age of 5. they've not had, as many of us have had, experiences in the corporate world. So we've constantly got to be mindful of that, and also that sense of trying to get that perfect score. How can we make this work better, instead of saying, these are different attributes and competencies young people have been able to demonstrate, and this gives a richness about their profile. Yeah. There's a real sensitivity, I think, to teachers in schools about anything extra at this point in time. So, navigating that.
All good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Just in case you need a...
Thank you. Thank you, Louise and Chris. That was an amazing topic to end the sessions for today. I think thinking about creating well-rounded people to enter into the world is such an important topic, and in schools, IT has such a large part to play in that. A lot of things student touched is IT based nowadays, and it's great to see an example where they created a change with little impact to teachers, because teachers' workload is a topic at the moment, and less impact on their workload and the ability to do what they do best and teach is fantastic. So that ends the sessions for today. What I'm going to do now is invite the sponsors. I think I can hear them just outside talking, to come in and give a little spiel about what they do. You may not have had an opportunity to come and see them. And then we're going to do the prizes. So to be eligible for the prize, you have to be here. And we're going to do a spin the wheel, which is on my laptop, which I'll grab in a sec. But yeah, I'd like to welcome the sponsors up, whoever wants to come first and give their spiel. While we're waiting for the sponsors, I'd just like to ask you, when you're leaving, can you just return your lanyards and the pouches just so we can use them again? We don't want them to be wasted, so that'd be fantastic if you could return them or leave them on the table, and we'll collect them. I think the sponsors are coming in now. You can go first. So I've got net strategy up first. Do you want to give a spiel about what you do?
Yeah, very quick, yep. First of all, before the spiel, sorry to spoil the excitement, we had a drawer upstairs, so we're going to pull out of that. So I'm Toby, this is Adrian. Net strategy, if you don't know, has been going for 35 years. What's different about us is we're focused wholly on education. We're an extension of your services. We've got three main areas. We help with the consulting around strategy and security. We can help with any infrastructure deployments and procurement that you want in terms of, firewalls, storage, switches, servers, and if you need any assistance deploying or managing systems, etc., we can work with you. Pretty simple, straightforward. And our lucky prize winner for the portable monitor is Brett Mildwaters from PMSA. We'll actually take a photo, actually. Okay.
Next up, we've got Clever.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Mitie, for having us today. I'll keep this short and sweet so I can spin the wheel, which is what we're all looking forward to do. Really honoured to be here today. We're Clever, so a few of you might have heard us before. We work with over 110,000 schools across the globe, 29 million active monthly users, but relatively new to the Australian market. What we're helping with schools out predominantly is with a classroom MFA solution, which is device-free. So I know a lot of schools are looking at alignment to Essential 8 and other resources, insurances, and how you can fulfil MFA in the classroom. That's a big thing that we're working with schools with Clever on, as well as easing access into devices for your K-4s and K-5s, which is a bit of a headache as well as we work with over 1,100 learning EdTech app partners, so providing a SSO portal and easier access into your EdTech learning apps. So would really love to hear a lot from the crowd here, hear what your environment is looking like and how we can potentially help. But yeah, without further ado, let's spin this wheel. So what do I have to do? Just click on the wheel. Wow, that's going fast. Oh, have we got a tie? Almost. Duncan. He's not
Roll
here.
again.
Roll again. Absolutely. And the prize for us is a $225 Amazon gift card. Oh, Kurt. Have we got Kurt here? Let's keep spinning. Sorry, you all thought you were getting out at like 3:15. We're going to keep spinning the wheel. Mitchell? Yeah.
Who wants to go next?
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for Mitie for arranging this event and for our host and all the great organization. We are quite impressed by the school, by the way. So we've been in many, many schools around the country from different aspects, providing endpoint security. Our operations expand around the globe. We provide security as to education as well as governmental agencies. We work closely with law enforcement around Australia and New Zealand. In long story short, we utilize our EDR, which is basically extended detection and response, own-made solution. And on top of that, we provide MDR services on top through 3 different SOCs. And then on top of that, we will not only take action and do the 24/7 and monitoring, but also we will provide the schools with tools to enable that journey, one of which is the cyber warranty insurance by Bitdefender for up to $1 million American for any breach. I think that's a statement how strong and confident we are around our solution, serving the education industry and community around the globe. US actually is one of our biggest education markets as well, and we want to expand that with you to ANZ. Thank you very much. All right. That's not the grading the classes. All right. Okay, here, in the middle, okay. Susan.
Extreme Networks.
Thank you. Hey guys, I'm Alex Swan from Extreme Networks, and some of you may have heard of Extreme Networks, some of you may not. It's been a pretty long-running joke now that we're the best-kept secret in the networking world, and we want to really change that, which is why we're here today. There's a few things that we do differently than every other network vendor out there, and I'm just going to call out two just to give you a flavor. Number one is that we have networks where all of our devices can automatically self-form a large fabric to then deploy services over the top. What this does is get rid of 30 years of this sort of organic growth of layering up different functionality that just leads to a ton of complexity in environments such as schools, where we've got a huge diversity of application types, user types, device types, all different things. And one thing that we really want to do is just reduce that complexity to make things easier for you guys to deploy services quickly and manage large-scale complex stuff with fairly small teams. The technology allows us to do that really well. What we then do over the top of that is have industry-leading AI-powered cloud management for the whole lot. So it doesn't matter if you've just got one campus with many buildings or lots of different spaces that you work across. You can easily then have all the visibility and management of all of that stuff in one place. So we'd love to have a chat with you if any of you have upcoming network requirements. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I'll spin the wheel. We have a prize of some JBL headphones today. Simon. Simon, is he here? Nope. Has everybody gone home early? Jared Lamb. Nope. Peter Westhead.
He might be up here for a while.
David Clark. Yay! Finally have a winner.
Does Fast View want to come up?
Hi, I'm Mark from FastView. I'd like to thank the Mitie Forum for putting on this event and Chris Topp and his team for hosting it at this wonderful school. Those of who might not know who FastView is, we're an Australian company based out of Perth. I'm based in Brisbane, and we do the wellbeing and I suppose reporting and alerting around the firewall solution at a granular level to give you the detail that a lot of the other solutions out there don't do. So by all means, if you want to know a little bit more, go and have a look at fastview.co or come up to me after this presentation, and I'm more than happy to organise a demonstration or some more information. We've actually got a Lego McLaren that we're giving away, so we'll see who wins that if you want to spin the prize.
Elizabeth? Spin again. Mitchell? And last but not least, Honeylight.
Hi all, Steph from Honeylight. Thanks for the invite today, Mitie, and Matthew Flinders for hosting. It's been great to spend the day with you guys. I won't bore you with a spiel about who we are, but a good phrase would be an extension of your IT team. We don't want to come in and take over, but rather just be a friendly face there to help. But yeah, that's probably about it from me, so we'll wrap it up.
Charles? Nope. Craig?
Yep. Just while I got everybody, I would like to say a huge thanks to Adam, John, Julian running the cameras, and especially for Adam for setting all of this up for us, because it is a lot of work. He was working late last night and wanting everything to go perfectly, and I think we can safely say everything did go perfectly. So congratulations, Adam and the team. Let's give you a round of applause.
All right. I just want to say thank you again to Chris and his team for hosting the event here. It's a fabulous venue and you've done an amazing job. Thank you to all the sponsors. The sponsors are an integral part of Mitie's success. And thank you for all of you coming today. You took the time out of your day to come, and I hope you enjoyed it and got some value add and met some new people and had some really good conversations. That's all from me. Thank you so much.